tell them where you're at.
over there, dude. That's great.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to another episode of the show. As you guys can see, the 777 touching down already. A little on the late side here, just before 2 p.m. Copa Airlines is going to be our next arrival over here on 23 left. Happy Sunday, everybody. Got about 5 more minutes or so before we actually start the show. Just want to let you guys know, though, that Copa is next for arrival. We've got an American coming in at 23 left. So again, good afternoon, everybody. So American going to come in at 23 left. It's an E175. There is that American Eagle. Got a wire that's tangled up here. And there's Copa just to the right of the tower. So Copa 466 coming in from Panama City. 3 hours and 58 minutes of flight time. About 1 minute before they touch down, so you're looking at right at 4 hours for Copa here. So it is a very hot afternoon here in RDU, if you guys are wondering. Very, very warm this afternoon. Very humid too. Expected thunderstorms a little later on this afternoon. Hopefully they don't mess up our show. I've got a cover for the camera. Miss Carolina is working on a cover for the computer, along with the other battery. But a very, very warm afternoon, as I cannot control the camera for some reason. There's 2 of our international flights landing back to back. We did have that. We had a Breeze and an American Eagle land in between the 2, but 2-3 left. These 2 landing 2-3 right. So Zoe, I got the family with me. My wife and both the boys are with me today. Looks like we got Southwest up next for 2-3 left. Again, good afternoon, everybody. Got about another minute before we officially start. Yeah, Albug, WestJet's first arrival is tomorrow, around 5 p.m. Don't know that I'll be here for it. I do have to work until 5 p.m. The only thing we'd be able to come out here to see would be the departure. I get off right as it arrives tomorrow. So let's see, Southwest there. Southwest 1325 coming in from Fort Lauderdale. Next arrival is going to be Envoy Air. It's an American Eagle operated by Envoy. 4152 coming in from Chicago. E175. Got a Sun Country out there somewhere, I thought. Maybe not. Maybe that's a Delta. Delta 3238 coming in from Atlanta. So that one right there is going to be that American Eagle. This Copa makes its way around the corner here. Probably skip out on our American Eagle and go for Copa. Copa going to go right to the corner. So again, it is our official start time. Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Sunday. Welcome to another episode here at RDU. I'm going to try to make this one last as long as possible today. It is hot. I did bring the family with me, so if they get hot and cranky, don't know how long we'll be here. That was all on Miss Carolina. She's like, hey, let's all go. Copa to the gate. A couple of American Eagles waiting on them to get a move on, get into the gate. Again, we got Delta from Atlanta up next. Delta 3238 coming in from Atlanta. That's going to be a 737-9. And we've got JetBlue 404 coming in from San Juan, Puerto Rico, here in just about 3 minutes. So we get Copa to the gate. Zoe, I don't think she's going to be here today. I haven't talked to Molly since last Sunday, so I don't think she's going to be here today. So there's that Delta from Atlanta. Give me a minute. I am having a little bit of an issue here with the internet, being that it is so hot today. So we are having some slight issues as always. We always have problems here when it's so hot. Never fails. I did see that they were partnering with them for several things. Kind of like Southwest partnering with Iceland and China Airlines. Is it China? Some airline, another airline that Southwest is going to partner with here in the future. I know they partnered with Iceland so you could fly over to Europe. Nice looking little Robinson over there. Little black and yellow Robinson helicopter, looks like. Along with that exec jet sitting there. We still have that E-175 waiting to get to the gate. They're moving some equipment around for that second E-175 that arrived a moment ago. JetBlue from San Juan, Puerto Rico now on final. It says 3 minutes, but it's way closer than that. So here we go. Go over to JetBlue from San Juan. That's our next arrival here. So again, we are battling the heat once again. Another Sunday where we're battling the heat. Last week wasn't too bad. It was a nice cloudy day for the most part. Today we're battling the heat. So bear with us if we have any service interruptions. There's nothing we can do about it. I did turn the quality down a little bit here just to try and keep up with it. So we'll see what happens. Anytime it's over 80 degrees, Verizon Wireless freaks out. And it never seems to be on the end of the phone. Like, I always have service on all of my equipment, but I think some of the tower stuff might overheat, causing problems. So we'll just play the day by ear. Yeah, so Daniel, we're actually looking at some refrigerators. Some 12-volt refrigerators and stuff. How well it'll help with the equipment, I'm not sure. We'll have to try it and see. I am using a completely different cell phone. Same network, different phone. I'm using Miss Carolina's phone this afternoon. So we can save up some of our data for later this month. So there's JetBlue from San Juan. As you can hear, that E-175 finally making it to the gate here. So fingers crossed we'll have JetBlue back here in just a minute. I think JetBlue is going to make that right turn, go out that way and wait. I think there might be somebody in their way. So there you go, said, E175 that should be shutting down here in just a second. The other one beside it shutting down as well, both of them running. As they move the jetway. Let's take a look at flight radar here. We've got American coming from Charlotte, and you never guess it's not in a A321. It's going to be in a 737-800, which is unusual for that Charlotte route. Normally that is the A321s. Let's check on Air France. Air Canada has, I don't know if they've stopped bringing their A220 or what, but it looks like we got another E175 from Montreal. Air Canada supposed to have been bringing the A220 there for a while. Air France still 1 hour and 54 minutes away. No big deal for that. Several Spirits on the way, one from New Orleans. Got one a little bit closer here. This one coming in from Newark, New Jersey. Arriving in just 20 minutes. Lots of planes in the air at the moment. Lots and lots of traffic headed this way. Alaska's going to be another regular 737. No special livery for that one. I didn't see any special liveries today, unfortunately. So that American from Charlotte's going to be here in just 15 minutes. Check a couple of messages here. Got here a little on the late side, so I didn't have time to check a couple of things here before we got started. Got an exec jet touching down 23 left. That's not on flight radar. There's Molly. Pip Hastings Aviation here as well. Thank you, Pip, for hanging out. Copa's already landed. We had American 777 land. Now we're waiting to see if a JetBlue is going to come around here or where it's going. Got a Delta. Looks like that Delta from Atlanta is still looking for a gate. They headed this way. Now they're making a U-turn going back the other direction. So once again, everybody, good afternoon, happy Sunday. If you're just joining us, make sure you guys smash the like button. We're trying to get to 200 today. We did make it to 200 last week. We did it after hours, or after we finished the show. Lots of good views after our shows lately.
Fun fact, I have tried to find my phone at least 3 times since we started.
Yeah, we're using it. Do we need to switch so you can have it back?
I just need your phone.
No, I need it. are you looking for? So we got a little bit of time here before our next arrival. We do have that private jet over here. Finally back taxiing out of here. I thought maybe we start the show late this afternoon. We'd have a little bit more action to start the show, but doesn't really look like it, does it? Gonna have lots of action later this afternoon. Exec jet looks like it's going right into the hangar over there. Unfortunately, there's a tree in the way. It's going to go to the hangar there and stop. And we've got this. There is absolutely nothing over there on the general aviation side of things. As you guys can see, there's a couple of planes far off in the distance there to the left. The only notable item on the general aviation ramp is the Robinson over here. This black and yellow little Robinson. Looks like we got a Frontier on the move. Speaking of Frontier, so that you guys know, Daisy and Parrish, that A321 or A320, it's here again. That's the one we flew back in October when we went to Disney, or come back from Disney. I hear an A220. Do you guys hear that? Where is that? Sounds like an A220. Could be an A321 Neo, but I highly doubt it. There goes Frontier. Can't remember the name of this one. We have seen this one here several times. Brian Lloyd, good afternoon. Again, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you guys for hanging out. It is a little slow at the moment. Thought we were hopefully going to be at the right time to start where it was busy enough. But no, it's not. Sorry for the shakiness. Miss Caroline is over here hitting me for whatever reason. Abuse. I'm calling it live. Calling it on the live show. She's beating on me. She's laughing at something. She has my phone, so I have no flight information for you guys. So here's our JetBlue from San Juan. It is Finally making its way back here. Took the A320 some time. I think this one's one of my favorites. The one with the orange. The touches of the orange in the livery. Frontiers out there waiting to go. Man, it is really, really hot out here. It's not really sunny, but it's warm. The humidity. No, Molly, the orange tips are better. I like the orange ones better. Yeah, it is kind of disgusting out here how humid it is, to be honest. So again, the heat messes with the service. It also messes with the tripod, so bear with us. Might be a little shakier than usual. I'd like to give you guys that little disclaimer up front. One of these days, like I said last week, we're gonna buy a really, really nice tripod one of these days. Molly wants to start a little debate here on which tips look better. Hey, speaking of Frontier, there we go. Daisy and Parrish, the burrowing owls, heading out again. I've flown this plane. We flew this, I believe, back from Orlando back in October. So good to see this plane again. It's got to be one of my favorite things about Frontier is how easily identifiable they are. So when you fly on one, you know exactly which one you've flown on. Don't even have to look at the reg numbers, you just know. Hmm. 193 departures, 186 arrivals today. Thank you, Molly, for that update. You can't drink beer up here. What are you doing?
It's not beer, you know.
All right, so Frontier, that was Savannah the Yellow-Headed, something or other, parakeet or parrot, I believe. They're headed to Dallas-Fort Worth. Parrish and Daisy's headed to New York City via LaGuardia. Next arrival is going to be that 737-800 from Charlotte, which is a little bit odd, since normally that's the A321. I don't know who we have landing here. This one isn't on flight radar. Looks like a United Express. This one's not on my flight radar. again, like I said, that United Express not on my radar. If you guys have any information on that one, because I have it set to RDU. So American's going to be followed by Spirit 2653 coming in from Newark, New Jersey. That one arriving in just 5 minutes. It's an A320-200. Nothing special about that one today. It's not the Skittles livery. We had Skittles here last week. Thank you, Molly. It's a diversion from Orlando. So thank you guys for giving me that information. So again, waiting on that 737-8. Thought maybe Daisy and Parrish might go for it, but it doesn't look like it. We also have Delta coming in from Minneapolis, Delta 2521. 1 hour and 51 minutes of flight time for the A319 from Minneapolis. Got a Southwest up on radar as well. I'm gonna have to take a break here and enjoy some Biscoffs. I still have some from Miss Ramona. I keep them in the car so I don't eat them at home. I only eat them on show days. So here we go, a bit of an odd flight today. 737 from Charlotte. Could be repositioning. This one will probably head back to Miami later. Or Philadelphia, one of the two. Gonna try this. Do it? Yes? Guys, had to make a quick adjustment there. Hopefully that'll be level when we're looking at them from the side. So we await Daisy and Parrish's departure back to New York City via LaGuardia. Got Spirit coming in from Newark, New Jersey here in just a moment. They're going to land at 2-3 left. Daisy and Parrish on the move. So never mind. Looks like Spirit's going to come in on this side, 23 right. Figured they were going to come in at 23 left over to their terminal. But we got the Flying Potassium up next, 23 right here. Molly's been a member for 18 months. That is a long time. Thank you, Molly. Getting close to that 2-year mark for doing shows. Be September the 15th or 5th, I think. Somewhere around in there is our 2-year anniversary doing shows. So Spirit coming in from Newark, New Jersey. 67 likes. Thank you, Molly. Make sure you guys smash that like button. We want to get to 200 likes today if possible. It's 101 of you guys watching. So make sure you smash the like button. A huge thank you to Molly for being here as long as she has, and being our gracious moderator. So Zoe, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out the 4th of July weekend. I'm off for 3 days that weekend, so I got plenty of time, nothing to do. So we'll figure out what we want to do 4th of July weekend. Me and Miss Carolina are talking about that on the way over here. In fact, we've been talking about it for a week or so, trying to figure out exactly what we want to do. Next arrival is going to be that Delta 2521 coming in from Minneapolis. That's going to be that A319. 2 hours of flight time by the time they arrive. So again, we're trying to figure out what we want to do for 4th of July weekend. We do want to make it aviation related that weekend. So we are trying to put some things together, figure out what we want to do, what we can handle. Being that it'll be all of us, the boys and stuff. Miss Carolina and both of the boys going. Not only do we got to plan shows, we got to plan things fun to do for the boys. So aviation edits, I haven't decided on whether or not I'm going to be here tomorrow. We won't catch WestJet. I mean, we won't catch their inaugural come in, unfortunately. I won't be here in time for that. But we would be able to catch the departure of WestJet. If I had tomorrow off, I would definitely be willing to be here, but unfortunately I have work. Alright, so Frontier's up next on Final Frontier 3322 coming in from Miami. 1 hour and 38 minutes of flight time for Georgia, the Painted Bunting. Starting to get busy here. Several out there on Final. We also have Breeze Airways coming in on 23 left. Looks like. So business is starting to pick up here. Oh, it'll be at 6 p.m. Let's see, somebody said it was at 5. The biggest issue I'll face coming up here tomorrow will be not having a space. Because I'm sure a lot of folks from around the area is going to be up here. I don't want to get in anybody's way, of course. You guys know that. Being that it'll be a late arrival for me, we'll have to wait and see. Got that A220 touching down. As we have a massive fail here. People dragging down the thing. Knocking over our microphone. Coming in from Calgary. Our Calgary flight tomorrow, 5:38. Thank you guys for that update. Again, I don't know that I'll be here in time for that. It's just the simple fact that I have to work. Little Delta connection action happening. Little E175 departing. We got an American 737 about to touch down. Thank you, Anthony. We've only been doing shows on Tuesdays and Wednesdays as of late, or not Tuesday, Wednesday and Sunday, excuse me, of late. We're thinking about going back to our normal Tuesday-Thursday schedule. We had some issues here at the airport. Looks like those have disappeared for Tuesdays and Thursdays. So this American is American 2693 coming in from Dallas Fort Worth, 737-800. That's going to be followed by Southwest 154 coming in from Atlanta, Georgia, over here on 23 left here in just a minute. So get one last look at our 737 here. For American, Again, if you guys are just joining us, Copa's already here. American from London's here. JetBlue from San Juan, Puerto Rico's here. We still have Air France, Aero Mexico, and Air Canada as far as our international flights go this afternoon. So here comes Southwest from Atlanta. Touchdown for Southwest. Leaving a lot of smoke behind there. So we go back to Copa. Again, that was Southwest 154 coming in from Atlanta. Got a whole string of planes coming in. We got another Breeze Airways. Moxie 540 from Windsor Locks. That's that one arriving here in just 1 minute. That one's going to be on an A220-300. They're landing 2-3 right. Them and Southwest appear to be landing in the parallel. We've got Southwest 3675 coming in from New Orleans. That's going to be another 737-700. Sounds like we're getting ready to use the air starter. Probably on that American Eagle. Don't know where that is. It doesn't look like it's, I mean, I can't see the other side of that American Eagle to know if it's actually attached to this one. This one's the only one that looks like it's ready to go. As we await the A220 from Windsor Locks. Sun came back out, making it hard to see anything. Need to get some sunshades for our equipment. There's our Breeze A220. Let's head over here to Southwest. Another nice touchdown for Southwest. Breeze go up the hill here in just a minute, unless they go to the right, all the way down to the other end of the terminal. Looks like our next arrival is going to be United 2708, coming in from Washington, D.C. via Dulles. That's going to be on a 737 MAX 9. Breeze did make that right turn, so they're going to go up the hill just behind us here. So this Southwest here, waiting for a gate. Gonna sit here in the penalty box, waiting, as we have that 737 MAX 9 on final. I guess it wasn't that Ramona with a membership milestone of 14 months. Awesome plane spotting. Thank you to Ramona. Ramona, a good friend of ours. Make sure you guys go give Ramona a like and a follow. Not only on YouTube, but also on Instagram and Facebook. So here comes our MAX 9 from Dulles. I have yet to see the United flight there in Madeira. It's at like 3:45 in the morning our time, so I haven't been able to catch that arrival over there as I'm sleeping. Hopefully one of these days I'll be awake for it. So, United in. We've got the American Eagle here pushing back. So it's not this one running on that APU. $85 likes. Thank you guys for smashing the like button. We were up to 134 folks watching earlier. So make sure you guys smash the like button. Next arrival is going to be another Breeze Airways. Lots and lots of Breeze action today. Moxie 594. This one coming in from White Plains. Another A220-300. I expect we'll see a lot of their A220s today, which is good for me because you guys know how much I enjoy the A220s. That's going to be followed by JetBlue in another A220-300, JetBlue 2283, coming in from Boston, Massachusetts. 1 hour and 30 minutes of flight time. So we're going to have a little double A220-300 action here in just a minute. As our E175 here for American Eagle gets a move on. I did see that. I did see the video of it posted. Was fantastic. I want to watch it live, but unfortunately, like I said, that's 3:45 a.m. for us here in the United States. Hard for me to be awake to catch that flight. Unfortunately, I would have loved to have caught the inaugural flight for that one, but. 3:45 a.m. is a little on the early side for me. I do wake up at about 5 a.m. every morning anyway, but American Eagle on the move. Again, we've got those two A220s on final. Of course, Breeze is going to be first on 23 left, followed by JetBlue A223 right. So thank you guys for going over and subscribing to Miss Ramona. Molly has a Instagram as well. I don't know that she posted it, but make sure if she posts it, you guys go follow her on Instagram as well. Molly, another big supporter of the channel, so make sure you guys go and follow her. Oh, thank goodness. Finally, they shut that off. All right, Breeze from White Plains. A220-300. As I get tangled up in cords here. My grip has come off the lens here. I need to take that to work and try to put some new stuff on it. All this heat and stuff has pulled the glue off the rubber grip on our lens. If you guys don't know anything, if you know anything about lenses, you know they have that rubber grip for the focus and the zoom in and zoom out action of the lens. That has come unglued. And of course, go check out Pip as well. Pip, you're going to be in San Diego tomorrow. I'm going to try to be watching tomorrow afternoon while I'm working. So make sure, if you guys aren't already familiar with our friend Pip Hastings Aviation, go check him out as well. Again, he'll be in San Diego tomorrow, I believe. Then of course we have Nelia, Madeira Woman Spotter, another big supporter of our channel. Make sure, if you guys like some really exciting arrivals, go check her out as well. So JetBlue from Boston, that one's not going to make its way back here in the alleyway. We do have that A320 back here that's from San Juan, Puerto Rico. Unfortunately, I was really, maybe later we'll have one back here. We've got United on the move, off in the distance. Or if this is our United that landed a minute ago. Is he about to pull a U-turn, or is he just swapping taxiways here? Looks like he's swapping taxiways. Speaking of United, it looks like we got another United 2601 coming in from Denver, Colorado. 2 hours and 40 minutes of flight time for this 737-800. For 258, we should be having our 777 push back for American Airlines here in just a minute to head over to the D gates to get ready for the Air France 777. Thank you, Pip Hastings, for the $2 super chat. Voted most likely to stream in HS in high school. You know, I should have taken it more seriously when I was in high school. Videography, photography. I did take art classes. But never any videography or photography classes, but I did enjoy both, even back then. Glad that I finally found a way to put my love of photography and cameras to use by bringing you guys these shows. Now, if I could just figure out a way to put my love for travel to good use. Figure out a way to travel some more. Eric. Well, you know, I don't know that streaming actually was a thing when we were in high school either, to be honest. YouTube, I don't even know if YouTube existed when we were in high school. I think it was pretty close. Nah, see, I didn't, again, Molly, I didn't take any photography classes. I'm self-taught on all this stuff. I'm kind of a one-man band when it comes to all of this stuff. The YouTube streaming, I learned it all on my own. I did, you know, all the photography stuff, I learned it all on my own. Didn't take any classes, didn't pay anybody to help me, didn't do any of that type of thing. I have videos from way back when I was a teenager that I did that weren't aviation related. Stuff when I was 21, in my early 20s that I did. I used to do a lot of car content, or try to do a lot of car content, driving content, stuff like that. A lot of car photography, nature photography from when I lived in the mountains. Stuff like that. So Southwest ready for departures. We have United from Denver, 737-800 ready to touch down. We've got Southwest as well as American out there ready for their arrivals. And another Breeze Airways. Going to see a lot of Breeze today, which is good. Good to see Breeze here, putting their mark on RDU. So we'll follow United in. Southwest getting ready to get a move on. I'll give you the last couple of seconds here of Southwest departure. And then that Breeze getting ready for departure as well. See if we can figure out where Southwest is headed. Southwest headed to Fort Lauderdale. That's Southwest 404, 737 at MAX 8. Our arrival was that 737-8. Next arrival is going to be American Airlines 2334. Coming in from Philadelphia, that's a 737-800. Arriving in just 4 minutes, followed by Southwest from Tampa, Southwest 4656. That one will be departing here shortly. Air Canada, looks like it'll be number 3, coming in from Montreal. It's going to be an E175, unfortunately. This had been an A220 over the last couple of weeks. Why it's now back to the E175, I don't know. And of course, if you guys weren't here last Wednesday evening, we did catch the first arrival of Air Canada from Vancouver on that 737 MAX 8. RDU posting a couple of things over on their social medias about that MAX 8 departure on Thursday morning. Looks like we got United on the move. I forgot about that one being down at the end of the runway there. We've got an American Eagle down there as well. As we got Breeze on the move. I'll give you the information on United here in a minute, as well as this Breeze. Turn back to the other side. We got an American Eagle ready to go. So United's headed back to Newark, New Jersey. That was a United 1726, 737-9. Breeze hasn't popped up yet on a flight radar. The next arrival is Philadelphia. That American 737. This American Eagle gets a move on. Nice early rotation. The E175. So American from Philly. Delta connection making their way out. Speaking of Air France, let's check on Air France here. Oh my, got a whole line of planes coming in here over the course of the next few minutes. Aeromexico's out there. Aeromexico taking a very, very different route today. Looks like Air France is just south of New York City. Air Canada from Toronto is out there as well. Just left Toronto a few minutes ago. Air Canada from Montreal, that's Jazz 671. 1 hour and 50 minutes of flight time for the E175 SU from Montreal. I wonder why they changed it back from the A220 back over here to the E175. Josh, good afternoon. Doing well. It's a very, very hot Sunday. Surprised none of our equipment's having a fit here this afternoon because it is so hot and humid. Should have this one in the alleyway back here, I hope. And again, we should have that American 777 pushed back here in just a moment. The Air Canada from Toronto is going to be on the CRJ. At Southwest, touching down 23 left. Head back over to Air Canada. Southwest coming in from Tampa, that was Southwest 4656. Be PSA Airlines 5589 coming in from Washington, D.C. via Ronald Reagan there in downtown D.C. Got a Delta connection, E175 rolling. This is what we were waiting for, all this busy time. Busy, busy, busy. Skip out on PSA. We see PSA quite a bit. It is just a CRJ we're gonna, or yeah, I think it's a CRJ today. So we're gonna go with Air Canada here. We're gonna get a nice up close personal look at Air Canada. PSA touching down over there. They're already on the ground. They're going to come back here into the alleyway too here in just a few minutes. Anthony, sadly we don't get anything from Japan or China or anything like that. We were thinking maybe one of these days, since we've got the Toyota factory out towards Greensboro, that maybe one day we would get Japan Airlines. But we've got to wait on the 2040 project here with RDU to finish up, I believe, before we can have any of that. So Air Canada waits. PSA is about to wait. I believe. Don't know if our friend Captain Carolina is going to be down here today. Haven't seen any messages from our buddy Captain Carolina today. So our next arrival is going to be an American 2704 coming in from Charlotte. It's going to be an A321 at 200 as Air Canada gets a move on. Ooh, that lens is hot. So that Delta connection we saw a moment ago, that's Republic Airways 5602 headed to Boston. Which is odd that it's just a little E175 headed to Boston. Probably should have been our A220. Where did PSA go? I know they came around here. I think they're hiding behind the pine trees over here. CRJ from DC. Gonna go out here to American from Charlotte, that A321. Yeah, Josh, it is very, very, very hot today. The humidity is what kills me more than the heat, though, I think. Waiting for this one for a minute here. The American 777 pushing back. This big bird's going to make her way over to the other end of the terminal here. Making it stutter. Dude, I'm telling you, it's that finicky. Nah, it's just that big of a pain, but you don't have to do anything to make it freak out. So there we go. Got another Delta connection on the move. Another E175. We await the startup of those Trents. wingtips are not getting along. So Anthony, I'm not sure what time we're going to end the show today. I am going to try to at least be here for the departure of American and the Air France 777s. Hey, we got our Robinson, our yellow Robinson on the move. Again, as we wait for the 777 to get a move on here. Alright, this Trent's starting to enjoy. Alright, so American headed over to the other gate, headed over to the D gates over there. We got a next Flex Jet coming in here in just a minute. We've got United 1821 coming in from Houston, Texas. That's going to be followed by, dang it, Aero Mexico Connect. Aero Mexico 430. This one coming in from Mexico City. 4 hours and we'll say 4 hours or 3 hours and 50 minutes of flight time for their E190. That one's going to arrive here in just a minute. About 8 minutes or so for that one. So we should have all of our international flights here on the ground. As you can see, Copa's here, Air Canada's here. We're waiting on Air France. Air France, it'll be at about 45 minutes or so for their 777. Go for it. See what it does. A little bit of a pause here. We're playing with some internet settings here. Maybe if we can get these internet settings figured out, we can be able to do some things. So there might be an intentional pause here. Make sure you guys stay tuned. If you do get kicked out or thrown off the stream or it goes somewhere else, refresh, come back. We will still be here. Again, our plan is to be here until 6:30 p.m. or so. We're going to end the show probably with the Air France departure at 6:30 p.m. tonight. Alright, so intentional pause. Alright, hopefully we made it through that intentional pause there pretty quickly. Hopefully you guys are all back. Perfect time to do it. Not a whole lot happening. Again, we do have a couple of arrivals here. United going to be our next arrival. FlexJet is going to be coming in from Cincinnati. That's going to be a Embraer Phenom 300E. That's FlexJet 301. That's going to be followed by that United here in just a minute. Very windy up here all of a sudden. So again, thank you guys. Hopefully none of you guys missed anything. Got an A319 on the move. I did miss that departure. As again, I am still looking over some settings here, so. Have another pause here in just a second. Just for a second, as I'm doing something here to the show. Our software has been quite unresponsive here lately, having issues. That didn't work. That freaked it out, made it go all kinds of crazy. So I'm going to try to go back on that adjustment there a little bit. I don't want to go all the way back. I'm trying to give you guys a good quality show. Just the temperatures today. Verizon's service really stinks when the temperatures are over 80 degrees. So I'm trying to find a happy medium here with our settings. So give us just a moment. What? What? Yeah. So nothing over 5 is going to work. So I guess we're just going to have to stick with 5 today. Sorry to give you guys such a low quality, crappy stream, but it's nothing we can do. We're sitting here playing with it while we don't have anything happening. Nothing can be done. Verizon just stinks. Maybe if I complain about Verizon enough, they'll be watching the show. They'll be like, "Oh, well, we can fix it." I need to actually go to Verizon and get them to see what they can do about all this. So hopefully we're back. No stutters or issues. Again, I know it's not the greatest quality today. Trying. Definitely trying. Yeah, it looks like... Huh? Aeromexico from Mexico City is going to be our next arrival. That E190. Again, about 3.5 hours, 4 hours of flight time for that one, somewhere in between. 104 likes. Thank you guys. There is Aeromexico from Mexico City. Yeah, we need to try something different, to be honest. It's really stupid how they're like, oh, you need a contract and this, that, and the other, and you can't get out of it. So now I'm stuck with 5 different types of internet for 2 years plus or whatever it is. I don't want to do any of that stuff. I just want to test it, see if it works. If it doesn't work, then we don't want it. You know what I mean? So anyway, Verizon, the only time, like I said, I have problems with Verizon is the summer. Summer months are the most difficult times to do shows, period. Wintertime, I never have a hiccup, ever. It's just this hot summer weather, always messing with Verizon. Yep, I remember dial-up internet. Yeah, it literally is the heat and the humidity here. Like I said, anything over 80 degrees, 85 degrees plus, we struggle with doing this show. We got to run a little bit lower quality on the show, so wouldn't mind trying Starlink, but getting Starlink is expensive. Getting the gear you need for Starlink tends to be a little bit more expensive. I honestly wish I knew somebody with Starlink who would be willing to come up here and let me borrow it or use it or whatnot. I think that would be really nice, but I don't know anybody that has Starlink. We could also get something that was unlimited. We could be banging out shows every single day of the week. Well, see, I don't have any issues with the cell network unless I go out in the middle of nowhere. Like right now, I can see even phone calls. I can watch videos clearly. It's the upload speed that I have the problem with Verizon. Their upload speed is not what it should be, in my opinion. But as far as my cell phone goes, I never ever have an issue with my cell phone, ever. Cell service, nothing. It's just when we're doing the shows and with the heat and everything like that gives us problems. So Verizon, their upload speed's not the greatest. Even when I have full 5 bars of 5G, some days it's good, some days it's not. Again, very, very temp sensitive. As we got a Breeze A220 heading out, quite a few of those A220s here for Breeze Airlines. Got a Frontier on the way out to the end of the runway as well. Don't have any flight information for anybody at the moment. Miss Carolina's working on something here on my cell phone. It's a Breeze and another A220. Oh, that wind feels good. Wind coming out of the east right now. Slightly across the airport. At least it is for up here. Over on the other side, it may not be. Can't see my... Yeah, windsocks fully out and pointed to the east. Those are the big windsocks. Looks like another American Eagle, possibly. Ready for touchdown here. Again, I'm not using flight radar. Miss Caroline is using my phone to look at different providers, I believe. Not sure what she's up to. So this is Republic Airways from LaGuardia. Gonna have another Spirit here in a minute. Spirit's gonna be behind this one. 23 left. I think that's the one coming in from New Orleans. Thank you, Molly, for that update. Breeze to New Orleans. You saw that Delta tail that's going to be headed back to Atlanta, Georgia. There, 737. Yeah, I could use some ice cream today. That sounds phenomenal right now, actually. I figure out what I'm going to have for dinner after this. As a matter of fact, I'm going to eat a little lunch right now. Because I have that Spirit from New Orleans. Spirit with that masked Neo. Those Pratt & Whitney's on board. You saw the bright mint colored rings in the engine inlet. I'll let you know that is the Pratt & Whitney's. Looks like they're giving this E175 down here a little bump start. Gonna do this again with the noise. Not sure if it's the air starter or if it's the APU. right, we got Delta on the move. I believe this one's a 737 headed back to Atlanta, Georgia. This E175 right here, you can see they got the air conditioning hooked to it as well as that other machine there. So they sit down there and make all kinds of a racket. Some flight info here. So that was Delta 3238 headed back to Atlanta, Georgia. Got a Beach 58 Baron on final. It's coming in from Morristown. Delta 1312 and an A319 coming in from Orlando. Got another Air Canada here. That's going to be in the CRJ coming in from Toronto. Frontier here in just a few minutes. Everybody within about 12 minutes of the airport. Let's check on Air France. Air France is going to be right behind United. Another 20 minutes or so here for that 777 from Charles de Gaulle in Paris. First, we've got Delta, Air Canada, JetBlue, and United, possibly Frontier. So we'll figure out which directions everybody's going to go in here in just a minute. $109 likes. Thank you guys. We were up to 140 of you guys watching earlier today. So make sure you guys smash the like button. We're falling behind on our likes versus how many of you guys are watching. guys see it here in the chat, I'm going to put it up there. AKA John is on JetBlue 285. So we're going to look for him to shine the light here in just a moment. That is the next arrival. It's going to be Frontier after that, United, and then Air France. And I apologize, me and Ms. Carolina are sitting here discussing Wi-Fi options, looking at different things. But here comes JetBlue 285 with AKA John on board. So hopefully we'll get a shine the light moment here. Hopefully you're on the left side of the plane. Don't know that we'll see this A220 back here in the Alleyway, unfortunately. So hopefully we can catch your shine the light moment here. Really nice if you come to the Alleyway, but our San Juan, Puerto Rico departure has not left yet. You here behind the terminal here. So Air Canada and that CRJ waiting for their spot. The American Eagle still waiting for theirs. Air Canada finally making their way in. I don't know if let's see if we can see. Doesn't look like JetBlue is ready to go. There's Air Canada going to the gate. Again, that one coming in from Toronto. Next arrival is going to be Frontier Airlines. We got JetBlue and Spirit over here, 2-3 left. They're ready for departure. Our 777 is just now minutes away. Nelia, good evening to you. There we go, JetBlue and that A220 coming back here. So if AKA John is on the right side of that plane, we got a really good look at the right side here. We'll have a good look at the left side once they get everything straightened out here. We're waiting on a E175 that you guys can hear. They finally shut off the starter for. So John, if you are on the right side, we'll be looking for you here as you make your way around from the Alleyway. Lots and lots of action happening here. Hopefully we don't miss you. Again, the Air France 777 coming in here in just a few minutes as well. Lots and lots of things happening. Got a Delta out there ready for departure. They're trying to fire off this E175. So this E175 that's been waiting for quite some time can get a move on. They all need to be moved before the arrival of Air France, which is coming up very shortly. As a matter of fact, I think United is next, and then we're going to have the triple. So it is United. United's going to be our next arrival. United 2485 coming in from Newark, New Jersey. And that's dope. American has slid in there between Air France. So Air France number 3 for arrival. Got a Delta on the move here, ready to go. A little A319 action. Rapid fire, here we go. Frontier on the move as well. Frontier ready to go. Frontier up, up, and away. As United touches down. Now, I told you guys a lot of action here right before the arrival of that 777. Hopefully the service issues will fix themselves here before the arrival of the 777. As I check the cell phones here, give me a second. Alright, we're back up to normal here. I don't know why it does it. The cell phone's fine. It does it all the time. It's really stupid. Anyways, alright, service is good. Our San Juan, Puerto Rico JetBlue, ready to go. Oops. I'm going to stick with that one. I believe our next arrival is just an American Eagle. Coming in, we've got United on the way out, speeding. And then, of course, Air France 777 is number 2. They're all just chilling, hanging out. Miss Carolina's sitting here doing some research. The boys are hanging out. We're doing all right with the heat. They decided they wanted to join us this afternoon. Come and hang out here at the airport with me today. Nobody has school or any important events tomorrow. So we're trying to make the most of our summer. Speaking of which, Christopher and I went shooting guns yesterday. Had a good time doing that. It was a church-sanctioned event. Somebody at the church has property, and so had a bunch of professionals out there shooting guns yesterday with my youngest. So as you can see, JetBlue's getting pulled up. Heavy congestion right here. Air Canada on its way as well. So there you go, lots and lots of congestion here. John stuck on JetBlue 285 right there. But now it's time for the American 777. American Eagle we saw just land, they're going to be thrown right into the mix of all this traffic, this big congested area. So anyway, enjoy the planes. I'm going to mute. We're going to watch our wonderful 777 from Paris. And now PSA has pushed back, so we've got 3 ready to leave. As you can see, with JetBlue, Air Canada, now PSA is pushed back. We've got American Eagle, another American Eagle ready for pushback. This is one major cluster here at the moment. You guys are getting a ton of man, I don't think I've ever seen the alleyway this full, ever, with so many people waiting for gates here. Somebody dropped the ball and somebody is behind. Air France, I think, might have room to make it to their gate. United on the way out currently. But our Air France coming around like it's gonna go to the gate. Tony, good afternoon, good sir. Yeah, 40 days and 40 nights of nothing but rain. Rained yesterday. Only for that rain yesterday was kind of dumb. Got really dark, got my hopes up, saw 2 flashes of lightning, a little heavy rain, and within 10 minutes it was over. It's like, really? What a waste. Only made it miserable outside. So it looks like our orange tip, wing-tipped JetBlue on the move. American A319 touching down. See that at the top of your screen. Air Canada following JetBlue out. Again, we've got AKA John on that JetBlue A220, so we're gonna try to get a really, really close-up shot. Hopefully, John is still watching the show, so he can give us a shine the light moment as he comes around. It'll be very, very, very close. He might actually be able to give us a wave. Hopefully, we can see him through the windows. there of that JetBlue A220. So there goes JetBlue and Air Canada. PSA still starting. Then we've got another one in the mix here. Not quite in the Alleyway, but this one on the taxiway, waiting for Air France to park. This is just one big mess here. I don't know what's going on with the ground crew today. I'm gonna try, Tony. I'm gonna try my best for next weekend. Tony and I talking about next weekend. It being Father's Day weekend, I don't know that I'll be able to do that, but I didn't realize it when we were talking the other day on Instagram that was Father's Day weekend. So we shall. I'll have to see what everyone else's plans are. Miss Carolina already knows that we want to go to up there next weekend.
Next weekend.
To Richmond, yeah. But it being Father's Day, I highly doubt it. But might try to be out here next Sunday for Father's Day. If not. Alright, so we're waiting on one more pushback here. Another American Eagle, as you see. PSA. So John, I am all the way down here on the JetBlue end. So if you look out the window, are you on the left side of the plane? If you're on the left side of the plane, shine your light. You'll see us. If you look up here on the parking garage, you should be able to see. We're not right on the corner of the parking garage. We're in between, closer to the spiral thing. So we are on your end of the parking garage, closest to the tower. I know, Tony. Cost for a ride in the P-50? No, I did not. $6,000 to go for a ride in the P-51. That's insane. I actually know somebody, not necessarily personally. I mean, I've talked to him. He walks through every once in a while through the shop, who owns a P-51 Mustang. Man, oh man, this place is busy. Look at all these planes. He's about to have a 737 from American scooting out of here. That American Eagle is still pushing back. Air France is stuck over there. You're about to have, I believe, Delta or United come through your screen here in just a moment. But yeah, I have spoken to someone who owns a P-51 Mustang. Not about his plane, but because I don't think we're supposed to know that. But again, I do know someone who owns a P-51. United Connection, or United Express, that's the one you're about to see. We've got several headed up the hill. PSA headed up the hill because they're not ready for departure. That 737 also headed up the hill into the penalty box. Got another E-175 pushing back. Gonna have San Juan, or JetBlue to San Juan here in just a moment. They are lining up and waiting, ready to go out at the end of the runway. I'll be in the fourth window on the left side. Perfect. So we'll be looking for you. Fourth window, left side. We're gonna get all up in your face because that's where you're coming in at is absolutely perfect. We'll be able to see you spot on. JetBlue to San Juan in the best orange tipped wings paint scheme here. I like the orange. I'm just playing. I like all of them. I'm just giving Molly a hard time. But if I had to pick one, the orange tip wingtips are my favorite. So you are JetBlue to San Juan. $127 likes. Thank you, Greg, for that update. Looks like we got Air Canada. Air Canada up next. Headed back to Montreal. That E175. Kind of a good look of Air France just sitting there waiting patiently. This is definitely going to possibly delay them for departure later. Hopefully not. I think they're actually a little on the early side. I think their scheduled arrival time is 4:20. I'd like to go enjoy the pool today. Man, it's warm out here. More humid than anything. Sounds like a good idea to me. We need to bring an inflatable pool up here.
Okay, fine. You can set up a pool right there in the lake.
Maybe we get the airport to deliver us some water up here. Yeah.
What are you gonna do? Are you gonna waste all that water?
Yeah, you just drain it out on the ground. So again, big traffic jam here if you guys are just joining us. Lots and lots of waiting. Big issue here, it looks like, with American Eagle. Was United Express departing there. Again, I don't have any info for you guys. Miss Carolina has kidnapped my cell phone this afternoon. So we're using hers for service. Thought that would be a little bit better of an option, but unfortunately, it is not. Christopher. So again, like I said, the family up here hanging out with us this afternoon as well. They're all about to head downstairs, head to the bathroom. So I don't have any flight information for you, for anybody. We do have Southwest touching down just now. You guys, well, Molly missed out on the meetup for the plane spotting group here back on the 17th of May. Had a good time doing that. Hey, and by the way, so John, when you come up here, I've got stickers somewhere here in the car. Miss Carolina had them out a minute ago. I'll have to figure out where she put those. But if you want a sticker, I did finally put the stickers in the car. They're right here. So if you guys, when you guys join us, if you're interested, I'm not sure that I am completely sold on them. They're nice stickers, but at the same time, the way they peel is a little weird. Should give you guys a little preview here of what we're looking at. So there you go, a couple of different ones. Here's our normal logo, and then there's the pink logo that we have. So both stickers now here with me. We don't have any available, but we do have them here. Alright, so John's on the move. We've got to keep an eye out for him. It's going to be fourth seat back. Alright, so AKA John is on board this A220. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Hurry up. American Eagle's always stalling things. So everybody's moving. So he's on JetBlue right here in front of us, as Air France is getting ready to come around the corner. Looks like we got a Delta A220 coming in from Boston, Mass. So he's on our side. He said he's in the fourth window, Will, so we should have a good view of John here in just a minute. Hopefully American Eagle will take their sweet time now, since Air France is trying to get around the corner. Air France waiting about 10 minutes or so. So make sure you guys smash the like button if you're just stopping in here for the 777 arrival. It helps the channel grow. We need to get more people watching for longer periods. We need to get our watch time hours up. I know sometimes that's hard to do, especially on a Sunday. There's our beautiful 777-200 from Paris. Aviator Grayson, good afternoon again. Good afternoon again, everybody, if you guys are just joining us. Copa Airlines should be pushing back here before too long. My personal favorite is the A350, but I do like the 777 as well. There we go. Alaska Airlines touching down. This Alaska looking like it's arriving early. Coming from Seattle. American Eagle finally getting a move on here, so John will be moving here in just a second. This isn't even all the way zoomed in, so John, be ready. 100 to end at 30 likes. Thank you, Molly, for that update. So AKA John about to get a move on in this beautiful JetBlue A220. Should tell the flight crew to tell the pilot to give us a wave. I can't see the name. Can you guys guys see the name? We'll see it here in just a moment. So John said he's fourth window back. So we'll put that fourth window right center of your screen. There it is, John's light right there waving at us. Thank you, John. There it is, John waving. Thank you so much, John. I'll see you here in a few minutes. John said he's gonna stop by up here, say hello. Lots and lots of American Eagles trying to get in here as well. Big, huge traffic jam into the alleyway. So we need to look at the time here. 4:27. That might make our that might be our thumbnail for today's show. I'll have to remember that. 4:27. Looking for John in the window. Looks like another Frontier. Again, I don't have my phone to give you guys flight information. Cell phone was kidnapped. It is Frontier with an A321. I told you we had a couple in the penalty box. Got an American 737 hanging out over here. Also PSA sitting next to him. The other side. Still got an American Eagle ready for, or trying to make its way into a gate here. Looks like we got someone else on final. Harper the American Alligator. Thank you, Molly. Frontier from Atlanta. Not sure who our next arrival is going to be. We did have Alaska from Seattle arrive a moment ago. That was really nice. I figured it would have been here closer to 5. I guess they've changed the time of that one by just a little bit, as well as American in that 777. If you guys saw, used to be the American 777 from London arrived around 1 p.m. Now lately it seems to be arriving around 2. So I don't know if it was a little bit delayed today or what had happened. Oh, what did you ask about watch time hours, Greg? Hopefully I'll see it again here in a moment. A lot of Frontier today too. I think it's only one account, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry guys, I'm trying to hold on to it here. I think if you try to watch it too many times from the same source, YouTube will flag you for that. All right, Copa. Copa's on the push. We have all of our internationals other than Lufthansa and Bermuda on the ground today. Air Canada, Copa, American from London, Air France, Aero Mexico, soon to be WestJet. Got a little bit of a race here between American and United, trying to see who can get out to the end of the runway first. United's in a hurry to get out there. Got a Delta CRJ on the way as well. American 1888 coming in from Dallas Fort Worth. Thank you, Molly, for the update. Molly giving me those cues while I don't have the phone. For those of you who aren't able to read the chat. You know, speaking of that, I watch some of my shows on some of the live streams on my TV. Sometimes I get more distracted with the chat on my TV than I do watching the actual show. It's so funny. Some days it's really annoying, but because it's up on the TV screen, perfectly eye level. Uh-oh, did we hit something over here? Probably not, but those two food trucks seem a little close to Copa Airlines. American headed down the hill here. That American 737 we were looking at a moment ago, now headed down the hill. Carolyn, happy Sunday to you. There goes that American 737 after being in the penalty box for just a little bit. As we wait Copa to finish pushing back. They've not started. Well, I think they started and then they stopped for whatever reason. We still have an E175 below us trying to get into the gate. That's what you guys are hearing right now. Yeah, they go shutting that E175 down. And Copa pushing finally. Copa on the move. Got that United out at the end of the runway. more of these clouds roll in and cover up the sunshine. Just a little bit, just for me. As you can see, Copa in the sunlight there. Looking wonderful. Thank you guys for 133 likes this afternoon. Comes American 1888 from Dallas Fort Worth, another 737-700. $800, excuse me. And the wind has really picked up here. As you guys can see, the camera's a little shaky. It's Copa on the move, ready to head back to Panama City, Panama. Alright, I got my phone back now. Southwest 3241. Coming in from Houston on a MAX 8. That's going to be our next arrival here, 23 left. United there, that was headed to Denver, Colorado. That was United 2288. So this is Southwest 3241. Going to be our next arrival. Interesting move here for Copa. Copa's pulling a U-turn right there. They're going around that. I'm not sure what Copa's up to. You can see the top of the tail there. They swung all the way around. think they're a bit lost. Bridget Klaus, good night. We'll see you next time. All right, here we go. 737 from Houston. This Max 8 from Southwest. Gonna battle the breeze here. As Miss Carolina runs into me, making me shake the camera here. There goes Copa. Need a stopwatch for some of these ones that sit in the penalty box over here. PSA is still sitting over there. That 737 earlier has left already. Huh? What?
A stopwatch. Your computer ate your phone back.
That's true. But I meant on here. Like on the show. You could trigger it via one of the buttons there. So, Copa, gonna go hide behind the trees for a minute. We've got a private jet over here on the 23 left. Over on the taxiway. This looks like a NetJet or a FlexJet, one of the two. Ooh, big gust of wind in my face. Looks like things might get a little interesting here if this wind keeps up the way it is. Things might actually get very interesting. Thank you, Zoe. We do have Cubby today, so been a while since we've seen Cubby. Cubby was one of our more famous Frontiers for a long time. So Cubby the Black Bear today. Forgot to mention that at the beginning of the show. I did see Cubby is on the list for today. Been a while since we've seen Cubby. Cubby was very, if you're not familiar with Cubby and Frontier there, Cubby was very, very famous here on the show for quite some time. He was here like every episode of the show for a month. So we all got very fond of Cubby. Finally good to see him coming back. Not a lot of things going on over at General Ave, as you can see here. Copa hitting the runway, ready to go. That Max. Everett, good afternoon. The membership milestone. Thank you so much, Everett. Been with the channel a very long time. So thank you for the support. You guys that support this channel keep us going. You guys are absolutely amazing. Again, I'm trying to work together some big things for the 4th of July for you guys. Trying to plan out some stuff for that weekend. Europa back to Panama. Looks like they might be avoiding at some weather. Possibly just south of the airport here. Another exec jet arrival. What's up? Got AKA John, right? What's up? Thank you for that. That was awesome. Wasn't expecting it to be that good. Oh, did you? Yeah, I didn't know if we'd be able to catch it with you coming in. It's a lot harder for us to get stuff before I travel. That worked out perfect. Yeah, look at YouTube right here. Yeah, this is what's happening. We're on TV. Oh, I have a sticker. Yeah. There you go. Thank you for the shot. Yeah. More than likely make the thumbnail for today's show. That'd be good. So. That's the close. I think that's the closest and best one we've had.
Seems like we have that problem here whenever it's split. Like me and a friend of mine lots of them, especially with the snow. Like, hey, we want some snow. And it's
Yes.
Yeah.
We live in like closer to Wake Forest, and it'll like just barely be like my kids go to school like around the campus, and so like they'll close down because like that area is so big. Like,
And we don't make
like nothing, nothing here. They say
down
they
for some
close.
wind.
They close down. I was like, what is this? Like that never would have happened 5 years ago. Yeah.
I wonder if I can get I know the wind they cancel it. It seems like.
So I do know North Carolina, and I look at those places, is that North Carolina that if you're not using your like health days, like a certain percentage, you actually start losing them. And so I think that's why they're like, we're not getting enough like bad weather, which is close to that was all the time. It's actually I think the worst when they become virtual. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Just kidding. My kids, they love my specialty. And so none of their teachers expect anything from them. I'm like, fine, great. Because I couldn't like, I would have to like go in their hands and like they're it was almost about the following.
All right, so that American is American 2704 headed to Charlotte, North Carolina. And you saw Cubby a touchdown. We've got our next arrival is going to be Delta 1409 coming in from Salt Lake City. That's going to be a 737 at 900 ER. That's going to be followed by American 1441 coming in from Philadelphia. 54 minutes of flight time for that one. We've got Delta 1018 coming in from Fort Lauderdale, another A319 arriving shortly. First, we've got Delta from Salt Lake City.
I wasn't sure about the wind today. It got windy there for a minute, but right before you walk in. Is it bumpy coming in? Was it bumpy coming in? Started picking up the car.
A319 hanging out here just below us, waiting for a gate. Air Canada here in that 737, excuse me, that CRJ, pushed back, ready to go back to Toronto. You saw Aeromexico's departure a moment ago. So Aeromexico out of here, headed back to Mexico City. This one here's our second to last international airline here on the ground. Copa left. Air France will be leaving around the 6:30 hour, leaving here in about an hour and a half. The American 777 leaving about the same time, around 6:30. $135 likes. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. Don't think we're going to make it to 200 today. Doesn't look like it. We might make it over the next couple of days after we end the show here. A little slow on the likes this afternoon. But thank you guys so much for smashing the like button regardless. Marco, good evening. All the way from Madeira. So Will leaves at 4:10 on Friday. Won't be here for that, unfortunately, Will. Planes waiting to go different places. And CRJ's been sitting over there about 30 minutes or more. PSA, we saw PSA push back forever ago. PSA just now out at the end of the runway in that CRJ. Air Canada on the move, as you guys can hear there. Not sure what this A319 is doing waiting here. I don't know if it's going to go to that corner gate. Shouldn't be. We have Iceland later on this evening, so maybe it'll be out of here before Iceland. Iceland's not scheduled to land before 7:30. Carolina is very inquisitive about our equipment here this afternoon. So there's Air Canada ready for Toronto. Montreal flight left earlier in that E175. If you guys weren't here for the big huge traffic jam that was back here in the alleyway, probably the worst bit of traffic I've seen in the alley back here ever. Like, I don't know what the deal was, but some of the worst traffic I've seen in the alley. People coming in, people leaving. Looks like we've got a United Max on the move. We also have an arrival here. It's like a Delta E175, Delta connection. I hear an A220. Speaking of, how'd you like the A220? Is that right? Is that right? I wanna fly on one. Oh yeah. Yeah, now everybody's gone to like the piece of plastic with the vinyl over top of it, and that's all it is. That's the way it was for us on Frontier last year. They try to make those seats as thin as possible so they can squeeze as many in as they can. Speaking of Breeze touching down over here. That's going to be on an E190 today. Another one. Actually, that's the only E190 we've had today for Breeze. Most of it's been the A220 300s. PSA ready to go back to DC finally after waiting about an hour. Maybe a little less than an hour here. They waited quite a long time in the penalty box. Early rotation for them. Gonna make for a decent shot here. So there we go, PSA out of here, headed back to Washington, D.C. The CRJ that's been sitting in the penalty box, finally on the move as well. That one's sitting up there for about 30 minutes or so. Looks like Air Canada is going to be our next departure. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be sitting on one of those delayed like that. Sitting over here just waiting 30, 45 minutes? No. No thank you. Yeah. It's small, it's cramped. Some people say they're not too bad, but other people are like, nah. I've never flown on one, so I don't know. Air Canada back to Toronto. This CRJ. Oh yeah. Dang. That's it. Yeah, that sounds like a good deal to me. Yeah. It's like, dang. Those are always the best too. You get it how you want it. There's our Spirit A320neo. That masked Neo. Thought I could hear some Pratt & Whitneys. As we got United ready for departure. United heading out here. Potassium on the way out. I believe this one came from New Orleans. Nice. Well, Nice to meet you. Thank you for coming and hanging out. Thank you for the shine the light. We greatly appreciate that. I know, it's an awesome thing, yeah. Spirit gonna do Southwest things and turn and burn, it looks like. Gonna be in a hurry. It's gonna simmer a minute. No. Southwest would have been out of here by now. Spirit in that mask, Neo. Is out of here. Oh yeah, no worries. Oh yeah, yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, that's one of the things that bothers me about doing shows from up here. So where it's, you know, I have to, every time I do a show, it is what it is. I have to give it out, unfortunately. Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, that'll help a lot. When we went to Orlando, for 3 of us, it was $580 something, almost $600 for a flight, and that was Frontier. So it was like $1,500, yeah, to fly Delta down there and back. It was nuts. I was like, no way. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You can. And I like JetBlue. I like what you get, the amenities. I assume you still get the free Wi-Fi and all that stuff. Yeah. Oh, see? The first time I ever flew was with JetBlue, and it was fantastic. Had direct TV in the back of the seat, Wi-Fi. I'm sitting here texting. See, there you go. Nice. So it'd be well worth it to continue with JetBlue. Yeah. All right, thank you. Yeah, we should still be here till about 6:37. See ya. AKA John hanging out with us after giving us that shine the light moment there on JetBlue 285 a little earlier this afternoon. Huge shout out to John. He was the first one to gain one of the Carolina Aviation stickers there. Finally able to give one of those out. Again, we did bring those with us today. They're going to stay in my big bag, the big tote that I keep in the car. So again, my phone is still hijacked. Miss Carolina's bored. We're using her phone for the data, so she's using mine to do whatever it is she's doing. Not sure exactly what she's up to. She's looking for something. Looks like she's looking for some camping equipment. Yeah, but that takes more power. So United, speaking of, looks like United's headed up the hill there in that 737-700. I don't know what this A319 is waiting on. Is this an A319 or an A320? I think that's an A320. Not sure what it's sitting here waiting on. Been here for quite a while. It was cold. Thank you guys for joining us. I believe we've got FedEx later too, at some point. Just trying to think of all of our heavies that we have left for today. I believe we have FedEx in that 767. At some point, not right now. Looks like Frontier. Had a lot of breeze and a lot of Frontier today. It's been good. This is Al the Roadrunner, I believe. Is. So here's that A320 that was sitting there so long. We got Southwest about a touchdown, but we're going to stick with this A320. It is going to a gate over here, so you guys know, if you're familiar with the show long enough, you know that that's a pretty big rarity here for American Airlines. Put any of their big stuff back here. Anything bigger than an E175 usually, they all go to the front. Getting closer to 150 likes today, so thank you guys. Still would like to get to 200 today. Another American A319, A320 on the way out. We got that United chilling over here. That 700 sitting here on the hill waiting for their departure slot. This looks like it might be Southwest. Landing 23 right over here. Nice little surprise here for 23 right. That's why I got an exec jet landing 23 left. So Southwest having to go 23 right. So a good look at our max here. Speaking of A220s, here we go. This is the one that AKA John just came in on. Already pushed back and ready to go. Getting ready to be pulled to the starting line. 2 A220s on the move. JetBlue. This one here. This A220 is ready to go. Possibly. They're taking it. Oh, okay. They're moving it down because they've got an American Eagle as well on pushback. So a little double A220 action here for JetBlue, because there goes the other one that we saw land earlier as well. So JetBlue in this A220 starting up. We've got an American A321. Looks like on the move. Oh, they're gonna cut it close. They're gonna cut it stupid close. This one's not off the runway. We got another one right here. Is he gonna go around? Is he gonna stay? The A319 is off the ground. So the Delta 737 is going to touch down. Woo. These guys cutting it super, super close here. Alright, JetBlue and then A220 getting a move on. Let's enjoy that. Apologies, trying to finish up my dinner slash lunch there. Another American A321 touching down, I assume. This one's either from Philadelphia or from Charlotte. There goes JetBlue finally getting a move on. I'd like to see these two go back to back. Speaking of back to back, maybe we'll get both of our 777 departures tonight back to back. Less than an hour away from those departures. So we have this JetBlue A220 headed out to the end of the runway. There's already one out there. Dang, Ramona doing it big style. Potato and macaroni salad with some fried chicken. Thank you guys, 150 likes. Still 50 away from our goal today. Thank you guys graciously for getting us close. Still have about an hour, hour and a half left in the show, depending on how long we decide we want to stay. Depending on where Iceland is, we could possibly stay for the Reykjavik flight. Yeah, Molly, so we should be back on Wednesday. I was going to try to be on tomorrow, but we have something we've got to do, so unfortunately, I can't. I was all geared up, ready for it. You guys heard me say that I'd be ready to do a show tomorrow, but unfortunately, we got a text message here about midway through the show, so we have something we've got to do tomorrow. So sadly, we won't be out here. So more than likely be Wednesday. I may have to work something else out for the rest of the week as well, since it doesn't look like we're going to be here Sunday again either. So we'll have to figure something out there. Being that it's Father's Day, maybe we can be out here late Sunday afternoon. I was gonna say we'd swing it to Saturday, but we got other Father's Day plans on Saturday as well. So lots of things going on for me in the next week. So we'll see. Maybe we'll do Friday. Come out here on Friday afternoon and do a show after I get off work. Maybe we can make that happen. FedEx 767 arriving at 6:02 p.m. Thank you, Molly, for that update. Looks like we got Frontier getting ready to get a move on here. Iceland arriving at 7:30. Thank you for that update. Don't know that we'll stay for that one. It depends on if Air France is delayed or not. Frontier yanking back on that stick after they left the ground. Started out nice and smooth, and then he just yanked it back. Nelia with a membership milestone. Lots of milestones today, so thank you guys for the great work and being here as supporters of the channel. Thank you to Nelia. As many of you guys know, go check her out. About 9:30 every morning, our time. Alright, which one of these JetBlues is going to jump next? Got twin JetBlue A220s out there at the end of the runway. American 174 departing at 6:15. So about 35 minutes or so here for the American 777. Air France will go right behind it, should be. Maybe we'll have back-to-back departures like we had on Wednesday afternoon. It says Air France departing at 6:30. So again, about 40 minutes or so for that one. 50 minutes for that one, I should say. Yeah, I would be on around the same time, around 6 p.m. on Wednesday. Possibly Friday. We'll see how busy my week is this week. And if whether or not I'm ready to die by the end of the week or not, whether we come out Friday. This is our MAX 9 from SFO. Again, our info phone has been kidnapped.
Bonnie, don't be passive about it. Ask for it.
JetBlue getting ready for departure. One of two of the A220s ready to go.
This is actually comfortable right now.
You should be on this side.
Except the fact that my breast
That's what I'm saying. You should be on this side, so it's not that big of an issue.
And I'm in the sun.
Wow.
I burned too easy.
I know we haven't seen Bird Beak in a while. That's who we need to see again. Yes. JetBlue and that A220, one of two, ready to roll. Oh, not a back-to-back departure for the A220s for JetBlue. Looks like there's an American Eagle. Gonna sneak out in between the two. We go. Finally, our other JetBlue. That American Eagle sneaking in between the two of them. The two of them probably headed close to the same. I think one's headed to JFK, the other one's headed to Boston. So they put this one in between them. The weather's not looking so great just north of the airport right there in their flight path. Don't know if it's raining or anything over there or not. Got a touchdown over there, over here, but we've got Alaska 582 headed back to Seattle. Coming down the hill to 23 right. Getting ready for their departure. right, Alaska back to Seattle. This is Alaska 582. This 737-990 today. So Miss Carolina's over here working on the, trying to figure out a solution here for internet stuff.
Dude, I can't let it go either. I tried, but
She's
hyper-focused.
She's hyper focused on it at the moment. So she's trying to figure out how to get us good deals and some good internet here for the show, so we can run at a better quality than what we're running at currently. Goodbye, Alaska. Again, we've seen a lot of Frontier today, which is good. It seems like one Sunday we don't see them at all, and the next Sunday we see them, or we go a long time without seeing a lot of them. So good to see some Frontier action today. Got American Eagle E-175 on final, about to touch down here. Yeah, not quite so many Breeze Airways either now. They've calmed down. Had a lot of them earlier this afternoon. Southwest has calmed down a little bit as well. Still hanging in there. Everybody's just chilling in the car, hanging out. Not necessarily hanging out in the car, but everybody's doing just fine as of right now. Might need to make a battery change here in just a little bit. Looks like our big battery is finally down to 1 bar. Do have another one here with us somewhere. Oh yeah, it's just behind me here. We've got the cargo handler coming away from Air France. So that's a good sign here. So the cargo loader ready to go. We've got an arrival here. Is this our FedEx 767? It is our FedEx 767 here from Memphis, Tennessee. $159 likes. Thank you, Greg, for that update. Please make sure you guys smash the like button if you're just joining us. Looks like our 767 is going to turn out early. Wilson! So there we go, that 7.6. I'm going to cut out early. Southwest getting a move on. 2-3 left. As FedEx heads back to their terminal. Looks like we've got United ready to go. Miss Carolina's having some sort of hissy fit over here. Saying you're not crazy means you're crazy. Crazy. All right, United off and rolling. Our next arrival. A lot of dark clouds just north of the airport. Looks like we got a Delta 737-9. This one here could be our Los Angeles flight. Delta 689. Salt Lake City landed earlier already, so it's definitely not Salt Lake City flight. Another Southwest getting ready to get a move on here. What do we got right here? This looks like another 737. Miss Carolina is messing with our service. Just touching the phone. Huh? Looks like another Delta 737, this one possibly from Atlanta. Let's see, no more arrivals. We do have that Southwest ready for departure here, 2-3 left.
This device that is telling me why would you get the what you hotspot. For this device, the device, the modem and thing, it doesn't use the hotspot, it uses the data. Like a phone. Does that make sense? If I'm understanding all the English, this one is like,
Knew it was coming. That battery change. Just in time too, because that means we'll be full up and ready to go for our 777 departures here in just a moment. Not a whole lot happening right now. Again, we're going to wait on those departures here. As you saw the FedEx 767 arrival a moment ago. We're also sitting here discussing internet options, trying to figure out the best and correct way to do this. I don't know, you've changed it.
It'll be anything.
Got a Velo landing over here. I don't know. It sends me the code and then it tells me the password's not correct. That's weird. Alright. Southwest over here, 23 left. We had a Valo land over here, 23 left a moment ago. ERB, happy Sunday. $164 likes. Thank you guys for smashing that like button. Getting ever closer to 200 today. It's been quite a busy afternoon. We got one major slowdown right here. Here for a few minutes, it looks like. Couple of 737s ready for departure here, American Airlines and Delta Airlines. You saw Southwest departing there a moment ago. All right, Marco, thank you for watching. See you on the next one. I know kind of late over there, about 11 p.m. for you guys. So those two heading out there. Looks like we've got an American Eagle out there. We've got an American A320 about to push back here in the Alleyway. thought we were about to have... is that American Eagle? Or is that an A319? Can't tell. Hiding behind the tree. Could be a 737, judging by the nose. Let's go to our A320 though. Pushing back right here below us. Give us a better shot. Right, Gavin? Exactly. You run close enough to the one in front of you, you get your de-icing done by the one in front of you. So it is an American Eagle E175. Loud start up here for the A320. Our A220 or A320, excuse me. Man, I keep saying A220. Another American Eagle touching down now, another E175. Got a Delta Connection E175 making their way out. As we finish up waiting for the A320. Should have the American 777 push back here any time now. Alright, looks like that American 737's lined up, ready to go. Ready for departure. Delta will be shortly behind that. Delta already going to line up. They're just behind it. Already hitting the tarmac. Breeze Airways in that E190. on the roll. Like I said, Delta's lined up, ready to go already. Just waiting on that American to get off the ground. So again, maybe like Wednesday, we'll have double departures by the 777s. Got a couple of tour buses entering the general aviation ramp over here. I don't know if they're going to that private jet or what they're going to, because there sure isn't a plane over there big enough. Maybe they're waiting on one to come in as a charter. Here are those buses I was talking about. As we take a look at Breeze in that E190. Thank you, Ramona. The Ramona State, and there's a Globe X coming at around 7:30 this evening. So thank you for that update, Ramona. Breeze on the move. There's a spot in this tripod that has no fluid or something in it, and you see it jump. The last 2 times we've done any departures on 23 left. I don't know why it's not doing it 23 right. Hey, aka John, meeting at you and just got home. Thank you, John, for giving us the shine the light moment there on JetBlue 285 earlier. And then coming in, hanging out with us for a few minutes. Hey guys, I can't tell if that's an A220 or if our American 777 is on the move. There's a truck parked in the way. I can't see what's happening over there, but that did kind of sound like the 777. Sounds like those Trents, though. Could possibly be. We did have a Delta A220 over here earlier, so that one might be ready to go too. With a £5 super chat. Thank you, Alan Lee, for the support. So let's see who we got left. We've actually got quite a bit left this evening. But Air France is one of our final planes of the day. Sounds like that's the Delta A220 on the move. Sounds like they're running the air start over there on the other side. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not. But it sounds like they're running an air starter. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. 170 likes. There goes the other cargo handler. From Air France. There it is. I hear those howling Trent from the American 777 over there, getting ready to head back to London. Now we just wait for Air France. And of course we'll check flight radar after both of those leave. We've got a diversion here at 6:44 p.m. from Southwest Airlines. Is it anything special? They're moving the cones for Air France. So Air France about to push here in just a minute. You guys can, hopefully you guys can hear the howling of the 777. There she is. Thank you, Molly. There goes American 174 Heavy. It's an A220 right behind it. So we're coming out here shortly. There's another American behind the 777 here, but there is an A220 coming here shortly. American to London. Make sure if you guys haven't smashed the like button yet today, please do so. We're about 25 away from reaching our goal of 200. So a couple of Americans head now. You got that 737 there on the left of your screen. You've got the Delta A220 ready for Boston here in just a few minutes. That's the A220 you guys are hearing. Thought maybe it was going to go up the hill, but it is going on out. A220 is crawling out there as well as that 737. American 174 Heavy's already at the end of the runway. We've got one arrival here. There goes Cubby. Cubby the Bear livery there on that Frontier. It's A319 coming in from Miami. It was way down there.
It was in the circle thing. Like it was kind of that red thing. How we made it past that was my first like, what the heck? Okay.
All right, the American 777. right, here we go. The Air France 777-200 pushing back. So again, we're about 25 likes away from 200. If you guys have not smashed the like button yet, please do so. Here, we're getting closer and closer to the end of today's show. So make sure if you haven't smashed that like button, please do so. 135 folks watching. Thank you guys for hanging out with us on this Sunday evening. It's American 737 touching down. See, we got an American A321 headed out. Looks like another Delta here heading out as well. Cubby, the bear livery there for Frontier on the runway, ready to go. Enjoy the startup of the GEs. Looks like we might have a lot of action here. Just a few minutes. Again, Delta out there, American Delta, Air France, of course, heading out there as well. We have one arrival. Hear that A319 going to the gate finally. Hopefully all will be nice and quiet. We've got a United Express, another Frontier, all making their way out. We've got the diversion coming in from Tampa here shortly as well, and that Southwest is supposed to be headed to DC. Speaking of Frontier, here we go, another one. This is Daisy and Parrish. Looks like Daisy and Parrish, the burrowing owls, making their second return here to the show today. To be fair, we didn't see their arrival. We got here after they arrived. Again, if you guys are new, I flew this exact plane back in October. And Parrish making their way back in for the second time this afternoon. Coming in from New York. I believe they went to LaGuardia when they left here the first time. So back to Air France. Alright, so I have to laugh here at Frontier, right? I don't know if you guys caught it. It went up the hill, right? So he went up the hill, this Frontier. He went to the penalty box, went straight around the penalty box, come down, and now he's come down and turned it back up the taxiway here. Just running laps, it looks like. I don't know what's up with that. We'll see if he does it again. Here comes our diversion from Tampa. This one headed to DC via Ronald Reagan. No information on this one, of course, but this one is diverting it from DC. Probably due to possible weather. I'm surprised they didn't just divert it to Baltimore. But if there is weather up in the DC Baltimore area, this just makes sense to stop on the way. Nice smoky touch down there for Southwest. Again, that one coming from Tampa. Supposed to be headed to DC. Air France get to move on here. They're 777-200. So there we go, Air France on the move. Got Southwest over here on the move. Finally there, Frontier stopping in the penalty box. So I'm wondering if there's some weather happening up north. I don't know where Frontier was headed. As of right now, all of our flights have left that have been going up north. So again, it could be a weather-related issue. More good close-up looks at Air France here as we get ready to close out the day. 189 likes. We are 11 likes away from 200. So again, if you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please do so. We're 11 away, getting close here to the end. So thank you guys for the update. 130 of you folks watching. Again, even if you are just here for the 777s, please leave a like. I know there's a lot of people that do that. They come in for the 777s and then leave after. Please leave a like if you would. That helps us to continue to bring you the 777s. Speaking of 777s, there goes Air France. We're up to 196, so 4 away. Looks like we will make it to 200 here today before we end the show. If there's 4 more of you that want to smash that button, I'll have to give Flight Radar one last look here after Air France's departure to see if we want to stay for anything. Again, I do have the family here with me. They've been here the whole time. They've done a great job just hanging out and chilling with me today. Miss Carolina sitting here hyper focused on trying to get stuff done for the channel as well. Trying to figure out some different things that we've needed to figure out for quite some time here. Thank you, Molly. 201 likes. Thank you guys so much. Glad we beat it and made it this time before we end the show. Looks like we got a Delta A319 on the move. I think this one's headed back to Miami, if I remember correctly. Could be Minneapolis. Ramona Aviation gifting 1 Carolina Aviation membership. Thank you so much, Ramona. Again, you guys with the super chats and the gifted memberships and the memberships that you guys pay for are the ones that keep this channel going. After a show is over, we make no money off of it, by the way. I don't know if you guys know that or not. Crazy how that works too. You end a show and then it just doesn't. It'll generate views and stuff for a couple of days, and then that's it. After that, it's just a dead thing. So Molly, Greg, and Ramona all gifting Carolina Aviation memberships. Congratulations to the 3 new members. And again, a huge thank you to all of you for hanging out, sticking with us today. Here we go. What do we got over here? I think we've got New Pacific landing over here, 23 left. No, Globex, sorry, Globex. That A321 coming in. I forgot about what time that was. So there we go, Globex touching down, charter flight. Good looking A321 there for Globex. So thank you guys for getting us to our goal today of 200 likes. Once again, you guys are absolutely amazing. Kids are starting to get antsy now. Miss Carolina's running around. I guess some of their things have died. Getting hungry, getting thirsty. Although we do pack.
I pack so much food and drinks. This should not be an option.
Right, yeah. We pack so much stuff when we go and do these shows.
They just lose their focus and
All right, Air France, enjoy. It's quite possibly the last plane of the show. I don't know. I'll have to check flight radar to see if we have anything else. But this more than likely is the last plane of our Sunday show. Enjoy. Never a disappointing moment out of the Air France 777 or the American 777. Here's Globe X, just in time. That 777 departing just in time for you guys to get a nice, good close-up of Globe X here at A321. This is going to be a charter flight here. So we were sitting here debating on whether or not we want to stay for Iceland from Reykjavik, due to be in at 7:30. I'll have to look at it. Miss Carolina's trying to find it. It's right there. How far does it say? How much? 44 minutes, which is about right. So it'll be here close to 7:30. What? Can't hear you. John Southwell, good evening. Alright, so we're going to look and see what else we have between now and 40 minutes out, whether or not we're going to stay for Iceland. Can't do our one last international flight dirty, I don't think. We shouldn't. Just my opinion. Just depends on how antsy everybody's getting here. So let's take a look and see what we got coming in between now and Iceland. Southwest 910 is going to be our next arrival, coming in from Dallas. Delta from MCO arriving in 7 minutes. Southwest from Austin in 20. It might not, after that there's nothing within the 20-minute range. It says 42, and you see it keeps going. It went up. It was 40 and then now it's 42 again. So I don't know what the deal is here with Iceland. Iceland just west of DC. So let's see. We only have about 3-4 arrivals between now and that Iceland arrival. That's what we're trying to figure out here. We've got American on the move. We also have this Frontier over here as well, ready for departure. So I think we're going to call it here at about 7 o'clock. Got about 5 minutes left here in the show. Again, I want to stay for Iceland. Actually, you know, I should. What do you guys think? Do you guys think we should stay for Iceland? Thumbs up or thumbs down? 40 minutes away. Couple arrivals between now and then. I'll leave it up to you guys. American A321 on the move. More than likely back to Charlotte, possibly Philadelphia. Give you that flight info in just a moment. Got a Delta 737 in a hurry to get out of here. Let's see. Jay says no, don't stay. With that thumbs down. So, American headed to Charlotte. That was American Airlines 1894. Yeah, they've been here with us today, John. So they've been hanging out, enjoying the planes as well. So it's not been a completely wasted day. Thank goodness. So it does look like our next arrival is going to be that Southwest 910 coming in from Dallas. We also have, let's see, hold on. I don't even know who this is. If you guys know who is hopping off Globex here, I'm assuming another baseball team. Honestly, I don't know. Don't know exactly who all this is. Definitely a sports team. They've got a couple of buses out there. They've got a Penske truck out there as well to pick up. Pick up all the equipment and folks. Southwest is going to be next, followed by a Delta. Ooh, we got another American up on flight radar. It's Republic Airways headed back to Pittsburgh. That one getting ready to depart here in a few minutes. That's an E175. That's over on the other side of the terminal. Odd. So 2 hours and 3 minutes of flight time for this 737-700. Again from Houston, or Dallas. Dallas Loves Field. Hopefully the lighting for Iceland will be fantastic as it normally is. Southwest coming in next. Did you see a flag over there? I see something there on... I don't know what they're doing. Taking a picture of it, whatever it is. I can't really see it. I'm gonna go to Southwest from Dallas Loves Field. Touchdown for Southwest. Got another Frontier on the move, headed out, as well as that American Eagle to Pittsburgh. see what we can see over here off of Globe X. That Delta departure, that's Delta 1550 headed back to Atlanta, Georgia. We've got Endeavor 5232 coming in from LaGuardia. That's going to be on a CRJ. Okay, that'll be our next arrival, followed by Delta 1370 from Orlando. That's an A319 arriving in just a few minutes. So we've made up our mind. We're going to end the show today with Iceland at 7:30. It's going to come in the pink, purple, whatever you want to call that color livery. I believe it's pink. I believe it's on a MAX 9 too. Is it a MAX today? It is. It is the 737 MAX 9. Got about 31 minutes left in its flight, so going to land here at about 7:32. Just trying to figure out what this is, what's going on over here. CRJ getting closer here. Again, Globex landed a few minutes ago. And then an A321. So again, thank you guys for getting us to 200. Don't remember how many subscribers we started with today. Could be a soccer tournament. I think we were one away from 70. 211 likes. Thank you, Molly. So thank you guys for getting us there. John, that is tomorrow. That'll be tomorrow around 6 p.m. Unfortunately, I was going to be here. Unfortunately, I've got a pretty serious family event after work tomorrow that we do every year. To be here for that inaugural arrival tomorrow. Again, unfortunately, I got a pretty significant annual event to do tomorrow. And we'll have to work on planning Father's Day weekend. Saturday, I know 100% I'm busy helping build something for my father-in-law. And then I don't know what the deal is on Sunday. Thought we were done with all these Sundays, but I guess this will be the last one, hopefully. And maybe we can make our way out here Sunday evening. Who knows? We'll see what happens. I'll be sure to leave everything charged and ready to go. So here's Delta from Mickey Mouse Town coming in from Orlando. That American Eagle was headed to Pittsburgh. Delta might pull out early here. Nope, gonna continue on. Frontier ready to go. Frontier's headed to Buffalo. That's Frontier 2980. That's Al the Roadrunner livery on board at this departure. If I'm not mistaken, there are 2 Frontiers down there. One is on flight radar, the other is not, so that could be a different one. See who's on that other one. I think that's the Ram. Yeah, so this one is Al the Roadrunner here, ready to go to Buffalo, New York. Nice departure there for Al. Got a Southwest lit up over here, Terminal 1 South. Southwest 1283. No information yet. Brian Lloyd's going for the big likes today, 250 likes. So Brian Lloyd's trying. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. Trying to get everybody pumped to get us to 250. There goes the Southwest. I don't think this is the Southwest I was looking at on flight radar. This one doesn't appear to be on the radar yet. Brian Lloyd gifting 1 Carolina Aviation membership. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. Congratulations to everybody who's gained memberships today. Got another Frontier on the way, ready to go. Another Southwest coming out here. Southwest going to turn and burn right here in the 700. Looks like we got a Max 8 ready to roll. And I heard an A220 also got United. So here we go. The business is going to pick back up here one last time at the airport. There is our Max.
I got my
Frontier getting a move on as well, of course, as our Southwest here we're looking at. We've got a Velo now on 23 left. Heading out here, a forward departure. Will this Southwest do Southwest things and turn and burn? Or will they simmer? Looks like they might simmer here for a second. And they go full power. There's a Velo. Frontier lifting off over here. 23 right. Velo not wasting any time coming down the hill. That would be Miss Carolina. She's reading a book. So she's acting out the book. Book to Christopher. So that Southwest right there, that's headed to Tampa. Frontier, that was Frontier 3351, that's headed to Chicago O'Hare. So we got a Delta CRJ making its way back here. Yeah, so they've done a really good job today hanging out. So they've done an awesome job hanging out with me today, just chilling. They've been very good. Again, we pack when we come to do this as a family. Pack the car full of snacks, drinks, cooler, you know. We want to get a refrigerator, one of those 12-volt refrigerators for when we travel and do the show. So yeah, they've been very well behaved today. Gonna push them another 15 minutes here as we wait on Iceland from Reykjavik. Looks like Southwest 753 from Austin is going to be our next arrival. It's going to be another 737-800. 2 hours and 20 minutes of flight time for this Southwest. So we got that other Frontier getting ready to get a move on. That Frontier leaving is Frontier 4937. That's headed to Detroit. Let's go for Southwest first here. Get this nice touchdown. Frontier and United going to leave back to back here. Frontier going first. And again, we are waiting for Iceland. Iceland will be the last plane of tonight's show. In that pink livery tonight, there is United. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Delta 2782 from Boston. That's going to be on an A220-300. And we also have another A220-300 Moxie 595 coming in from Daytona. So those two Still left to arrive. We've got United down here getting a move on, as well as a Velo ready for departure. United gonna hide there, leaving a little on the heavy side at 7:37. Give you that flight info here in a moment. You know, they don't like to be up on flight radar when they should be. Still says NA. Avelo was there for a moment. Now Avelo has gone off the radar again. That was a MAX 9 there, that 737. Still says unavailable. There it is. Headed to San Francisco. United at 1769. Headed to SFO. Jackie, good morning in Australia. Avelo on the move. Got another couple of minutes here before those two arrivals. Looks like possibly this A320, A319 ready to go. Avelo is heading to Wilmington. Not ILM, but headed to ILG. Wilmington, Delaware. Looks like they're doing something with a last minute bag or something here on the A320, A319. Got a Delta 737-9 on the way out. Alright, so let's check on Iceland. Okay, we got that Delta and a Breeze both turning on final. Iceland now from Reykjavik, 16 minutes away. 6 hours and 7 minutes of flight time so far for that one. For that MAX 9 tonight. Again, the next arrival is going to be Delta 2782 from Boston, Mass. Got a pair of A220-300s landing here momentarily. One Breeze Airways, one Boston, or Delta from Boston. Breeze coming in from Daytona Beach. I wish that flight would have been available back in January when I was trying to go down to the Rolex 24-hour race. Unfortunately, that flight was not available then. So those two turning on final. They're going to be followed by an American 1904 coming in from Charlotte. It's going to be another A321. So that one going to touch down here just after these two A220s. I don't know if you can see both of them there. One's a good ways off. They are staggered, but almost parallel. Airways coming down very, very late. Comes American Airlines 1894 or 1904, I believe, coming in from Charlotte. This A321. Nice gentle touchdown for the A321. 28 minutes of flight time for this one. So you guys are hearing that A319 starting up down here below us. So Delta, that Delta we saw leave a moment ago, that was Delta 1409. That's headed to Salt Lake City. That was a 737-900. All right, looks like our next arrival is going to be ICE 821 coming in from Reykjavik. Another 7 minutes away. We've got one small exec jet to arrive over here on the left side. But our last plane of today's show, now 7 minutes away. Yeah, it's the rudder movement, also the vibration in the tail. So you'll see the tails moving back and forth as well, the vibrations. So there goes our A319. So good look at our A319. I lost our exec jet. I didn't even see it come in. Saw it on flight radar, but I didn't even see it come in. So Iceland making that turn. Getting ready to make that right turn on to final. Of course, we'll stay long enough to catch it to the gate. Of course, the lighting's going to be fantastic for Iceland's arrival. Don't know that it'll be on our corner gate over here. Probably be in between the two corners tonight. Do I hear another A220?
Iceland's on last one.
Thank you, Molly. 221 likes. Thank you guys so much for smashing that like button. And again, I believe we started today's show with 5,069. I'll give you guys a little bit of an update. We're only gaining about 10 10 subs per episode. We gotta figure out how to get that up. I need to try to be out here more or do something. We gotta get our numbers up. Everything's trailing in the green, but at the same time, we're looking at about, I think I did the math the other day, yesterday, and it's like we'll only be doing 1,200 subscribers a year at this rate. So we need to get moving. We need some more subscribers. We need some more of you guys watching the show. So that's why we need, for a couple of times this summer, we need to do something a lot different. So we're gonna definitely try to do some different things. So there she is, our last plane of the show, Iceland. Coming in from Reykjavik. Now 6 hours and 17 minutes. Be 6 hours 18 by the time they touch down. 19. Yeah, I gotta get back to doing our 8-hour Sunday shows. But ever since we come back from Disney in October, I've been working from about 6:30, 7 o'clock to 5 p.m. every day at my actual day job. So it's been a little on the hard side to come out here and do more and more shows. But agreed, I was thinking about that earlier today as well. We need to come back out and do the 8-hour shows on Sundays. We're gonna get close to 6 tonight. We're about 20 minutes away from 6 hours. Now during the week, it is very hard to do anything longer than 10, anything past 10. So I get off work at 5. We start the show at 6. 10 o'clock is usually my limit. I have to be up at 5:30 in the morning. So again, scheduling is a little more difficult when I'm working as much as I am. I've been putting in a lot more time and a lot more days at work at my actual day job. So we play it by ear. I do want to do some more different things here. We're gonna, again, 4th of July weekend. That should be a great weekend. Yeah, there's a lot of competitors out there. Some of those competitors don't have full-time jobs either. Don't work 50 and 60 hours a week like I do. If I could quit my job and do this full-time, I absolutely would. But obviously we're not a big enough channel for that. I don't think the airport would like us being here all the time either. Here goes our A319. Try and get some stuff done. It's a 3-day weekend for me, which is a rarity. 3-day weekends. I wish I had more off time like my wife. My wife gets every single bank holiday off. 3-day weekends all the time. So there we go, Iceland Air. Our final plane of today. Yeah, we got some scheduling things coming up. We're gonna try and do some more stuff here coming up real soon. I'm trying to get some other things in my life straightened out as well to be able to do more with the show. Once all that's finished, I'm hoping to have a little bit more time. Don't have to kill myself so much at my normal job. Well, it is, Barb. That is the newer paint scheme for Iceland. Yeah, so David, we used to do Tuesdays and Thursdays. Then we had a little bit of a headache here at the airport trying to do Tuesdays and Thursdays. It looks like that headache has kind of fizzled itself out or resolved itself, or I don't know what's going on with that. But we were thinking about going back to 3 days a week here, of course. We were just looking, again, my wife and kids are here with me today. So we were also, my wife was looking at internet things today too. So that you gotta think about that too. More than 3 days a week doing a show, you run out of internet by the time you get to the end of the month. So you got to remember that too. We could do less shows, higher quality, or we do more shows with horrible quality and then not have any data at the end of the month. So it's all about management and how we manage it. Also, it's all about the air traffic. See, like right now, we're going to end the show. There's nothing else in the air. We got one from Atlanta in the next few minutes. The next breeze is 12 minutes. So right now is the perfect time for us to end the show. So, all right, you guys, that's going to do it for us. I want to thank you guys once again for joining us today. I'm going to get these kiddos home, get them fed, get them in the shower, get them ready for bed. Huge thank you guys for your contributions. Thank you guys for hanging out with us all day. I appreciate that. Channel members, you guys are phenomenal. You guys keep the channel going. So again, we got some things in the works. You guys just got to be patient. We'll get some better stuff going here shortly. So anyway, just wanted to thank you guys for hanging out. Oh, I want to give you that update here on the subscriber count. So we went from 160, or from 69 before we started the show, to 103. So an absolute excellent day for subscribers. If we had more days like this, we'd be on our way. So thank you guys once again. You guys are amazing. See you probably on Wednesday. I'm going to try to work something out where I'm going to go home and ponder what we're going to do for this week. Again, Sunday, there's a possibility I won't be here next Sunday, unfortunately. Father's Day weekend and all. Kids want to celebrate with me and do things with me, so we'll see. I may do an evening show on Sunday. So anyway, thank you guys. Have a wonderful week. Bye. We'll see you guys later this week.
Subscribe and like.